Good morning, everybody. Oh, I am freaking tired. I've been going since 7 o'clock this morning. Sure. What is a DD3? Yeah, I had to get up that early because last night something broke out at that business that I was working at, and I didn't know exactly what the problem was. So I had to go out there this morning and work on it. So here's what we're going to do this morning. I'm going to, because I have a video card that I need to ship, this one specifically right here needs to get shipped. I'm going to work on this script a little bit, and we're going to try and shoot parts of it this morning so we can start editing this and getting this live. So that's what the plan is this morning. No. They're fine, Emily. Well, I do not know. It is a, I do believe it is a Lee and Lee case. Good morning, how are you? Good. I've been up way too long. Got up at 6:30 this morning to go out to that building. Yeah, it's an incredibly good PC, Emily. I cut a wire that I wasn't supposed to. Didn't realize I did it until I went to leave, and then none of the door magnets would let me out. So it went into like a fault mode. So I had to find that this morning and get that figured out. Yeah, it's a good looking case. Yeah, I'll show you kind of what it looks like from the front. It's not bad. Yeah. Artsy. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. So you got to pump the numbers so that you can have lower numbers at the end. I've just been bulking for the past 20 years. Let me get this thing open, start getting it charged, because I'm going to record most of this video on my phone, I think. I now have... Thank you. It's the thing that makes your water hot, Emily. Kind of says what it is in the name. Kind of, sort of. Whew. Oh, you have a gas one? That blows. Oh, yes, Emily. Are you going to come here and do my work for me? So that I can do his work? Okay. Excuse me?
I have a question.
Okay.
Next to my grandfather clock, I have one of these, whatever these are called. Power supply? No, no.
A battery backup?
Battery backup.
Uh-huh.
It's been buzzing,
Okay, did you turn it off and turn it back on?
and it buzzes again.
Okay, battery must be dead.
The red light keeps going on.
The battery must be dead.
I have to buy a new one.
Battery. Not the whole unit, just a battery. They're replaceable.
Oh.
We've done that many times.
Okay. We can bring it in so we can take it apart.
Uh-huh.
But, there's something buzzing at my house.
I think I'm gonna have to start keeping the Steam Survey PC in stock. Yeah. So I could sell. Mhm. Mhm. What's going on, Arnold? Oh, good. I'm glad you're unable to fix things. Was it Chris? Do you want to elaborate a little bit? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, we do that. It's $100 because we take it apart and you know pull stuff out, get it cleaned out. So no, you just drop it off and like you get put in the queue and then usually turnaround time is 2 days. Absolutely. Have a good one. All right. Oh. Who knows? All right, so All right, let's see. Let's see how we're going to word this. So, all right. You know, Toby's almost 14 years old.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
So is, what's Izzy? Izzy's gotta be up there too.
Izzy's probably. Well, I got Izzy when I was with Melinda. So
Yo, you still lived on,
yeah,
Marlin
when I
Lane?
was in Melinda. No, yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
but yeah. But I think like because Izzy's probably like 4 or 5 years younger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would be the next one that's gonna?
Probably Toby. But like, I'm surprised all the problems that they said Toby had. He's been fine.
I don't know what kind of problems he had, but.
They told me that he had like canine not canine, the feline virus thing that's like HIV for cats. Whatever, I don't know.
Before you get into that stuff, Friday. You're gonna bring a chair, or should I find a chair at home to bring to sit on?
I don't. I said we'd probably toss one of these.
'Cause
Like,
I don't remember if I still have one of the old fold-out things.
you cannot sit on those chairs.
Okay, then we'll bring this one. Do I wear a dress or slacks?
That's up to you. You're gonna be around people that you don't know all day.
Okay. Now, for supper. If Melinda's not working late,
I just need to know where you want to go.
okay, can I finish, please?
Yes.
If Melinda's working late, we could get sub sandwiches, come back to the house, I could have my sub with a beer and wait for Melinda, and I'd give her her birthday present.
No.
Okay, my 3 choices.
Like, where would we get a sub sandwich from?
Subway. Before we head home.
Okay. There's so many better options than Subway.
Well, something like that. My 3 options were Anna Marie Oyster Bar,
Okay.
Outback Steakhouse,
Okay.
and a place on Cortez like
Cody's.
Hmm?
Cody's.
Cody's. Those are my 3 options.
Okay. You need to pick one. I don't want options. I want to know which one you want to go to.
So we're not gonna go with a sub sandwich and come back to your house and.
And do what exactly? I mean, if that's what you want to do, we'll do that. But
Well, we could play a game. We haven't played the game in the table for a while.
we played it on top of the table because there's a puzzle in the table.
Oh, that's right.
It's finished, but like, yeah, we can do that. If that's what you want to do, we'll do. Because it's your birthday, you can decide.
Yeah.
But we're not going with Subway because they are the worst company for subs.
Well, we'll get a sub sandwich and come to the house and play do the thing, and
Okay. All right.
I would like to do that.
Awesome. So, places to choose from that are like decent sub sandwiches.
You know best because you keep getting subs all the time.
Right. Publix.
Publix,
Yeah.
Wawa.
Yeah. Nah. The Wawa ones. Detweiler's.
But we're gonna be
There's a Detweiler's right next to my house.
okay.
There's a Publix right next to my house. And we can Uber Eats stuff from anywhere.
No, it costs too much.
It doesn't cost too much. We pay for the service because we use it so much. You know, she's working days now. She can't just leave the hospital. So.
You pay for Uber by the month?
Yeah, for deliveries. Yeah.
Oh.
Just like Instacart. She's like, we need to stop using Instacart, and I was like, okay, and then we didn't. So I'd stopped the subscription for it, so that like we didn't have to pay for deliveries, and then. In a month, we had used it so much that it was like triple the cost of the deliveries. If I had just paid for it, so I just bought it again.
Detweiler's, because I've had Publix subs, but I haven't had a Detweiler's sub.
Okay, Detweiler's we have to go in person.
I can sit in the car because you
No,
can get me a tuna fish one.
I don't do tuna fish.
They don't do tuna fish?
Not that I've seen, but I don't know. I've never tried to buy a tuna fish. So you'll go in with me.
Okay, I've never been in Detweiler's and I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, it's fine. You should probably shop there. Things are cheaper, but they also can be more expensive depending on what you're getting. Really, it's one of those things where,
Yeah.
like, some things are like insanely inexpensive. Like their meat is very inexpensive because it's all local. unless you get like the organic grass-fed stuff, and then it's like, whatever.
Okay, that's settled.
All right. All right. Let's see what this sounds like, and then. Yeah, that would be the best thing. Just make up what you're saying. What do you think I'm saying? Okay. All right, let's see what this sounds like. Because I got to practice this, and we're going to have to install the app for this to see how we're doing with this. All right. I'm going to see how this rolls for you guys. We'll move this over here so it looks like I'm kind of looking at the camera. I feel like I'm a little bit all over the place. No, I haven't changed anything. Nothing has changed. No settings have been changed. Nothing. Yes, but I like being married, so. I build a lot of computers, and I'm constantly building PCs for people that have budgets at or under $1,000. So that leads me to constantly ask the question, if I have a budget for a GPU that is $350 or less, what is the best card for the money? So I bought 5 cards. The RTX 3060, the RTX 4060 Ti, the Intel B580, the Radeon RX 6750 XT, and the brand new RX 5060. I went into this with the intention of proving that there were better video cards at $350 than the RTX 5060. And while by the end of this video I will have proved that, I also had a pretty big revelation about what the best card for that money actually is. So I'm in the process of building a entertainment room PC. I also had a pretty big revelation about what the best card for that money actually is. I am in the process right now of building an entertainment room PC, and before I started working on this video, I had already chosen in my mind the card from this test batch that I was going to put in that build. But by the end of all my testing and the extensive amount of gaming I did on them, I actually changed my mind. So in this video, we'll see how all of the cards actually stack up against one another and hopefully answer 3 key questions. 1, does the average gamer really care about the difference between all of these cards? 2, which card actually offers the best raw performance? And 3, if you're doing a little bit of everything, say AI, spreadsheets, gaming, watching YouTube videos, just everything, what's the best overall choice? So as we go through this, we're going to explore each of these a little bit. We did some synthetic benchmarks and we did a whole bunch of real-world gaming. So let's start with the RTX 3060. So how do we think that feels? How do we think that overall feels? I feel some things changed. Well, that was me. I have an outline that I've written. That was me improvising the outline, and I was just making sure I'm hitting my points. Because I do have, like I said, there are specific points that I do want to hit. All right, so yeah, because I want to start, like I said, I want to start working through this. I need to install the app for this thing back on my phone so that we can I'm going to use this as a what's this button? I'm going to use this gimbal thing again. Because I can set this up someplace and then like program it to watch me. Oh, it definitely did hate the phone there for a second. I'm curious how it will do with this phone. Because if I can use this phone, the cameras on this phone are equally as good and it's, well, yeah, it's a little bit different form factor. That way I can Yeah, this actually might be a good idea. Ooh, and then I wonder. Hmm. No, I don't need an 8K camera. Yeah, I can. This way, I'm also not installing their app on my main phone. There is a lot of chat interactive stuff that I do want to eventually include. Like, I want to have an LED board and stuff that people can interact with. Okay, so let's hear what this sounds like. I gotta start downloading stuff again before it start running out of yeah, you guys still want to do that. All right, so let's hear what this sounded like. Okay, so let's see if all right, Emily. All right, well, let's make some changes here. What is Thank you. All right. Okay. So let's try and adjust my audio here a little bit for you guys. Can't read this at all. Great. Filters. All right. How does that sound to you guys? No one answers me. That's awesome. Can anyone even hear me? My stream stop or something? Okay. 'Cause thank you. I appreciate that. Because I asked and no one said anything. Oh no, you're fine. I just expected one of the other people who was here and talking to say something, and no one did. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you, Arnold. All right. I just raised my gain, so I'm starting small. Let's see what the GPT says here. All right. So you guys said I needed to refine this a little bit. So let's refine. So how about this? I build a lot of computers at or under $1,000. Hmm. So the high is coming down to 6. Mid -2. And low -1. All right, do I sound any different now? Well, I'll read the same thing. It says to add some more filters. Let's try and add some more filters here. It's saying add a noise gate of the open threshold is -45, and then the closed threshold is -50. Okay, and then it says a compressor. Three to one. Threshold -18. -5. Release 100 milliseconds. Output gain 2 decibels. All right, we're going to try this again with the adjustments that you just had me make. I build a lot of computers for my customers at or under $1,000. So that leads me to constantly ask the question, if I have a budget for a GPU that is right at $350, what is the best card for the money? So, to answer that question, I bought 5 different GPUs. I bought an RTX 3060, an RTX 4060 Ti, an Intel B580, a Radeon RX 6750 XT, and the brand new RTX 5060. All right, that was a good little thing. Let's see if we can't get a sample from that. Did that sound any different to any of you guys at all, or does it sound exactly the same? Or am I just completely muted? Sounds a little different. Sounds exactly the same to me. Like 100% the exact same. Yeah, I know. I'm publishing the highlights. And I gotta download this other one and then. Yeah, it's like to my ears it sounds the same, but I'm also wearing some really crappy headphones. Like I say that, like they're the open runs by Shocks. Shock? Where's my highlights? I just made a highlight. Where is it? Guess I have to highlight again. Let's see if this fails. Let's try if this person pulls a gaming computer out of their car. All right, here's the first one for your guys' ears. Yes, but I like being married. So. I build a lot of computers, and I'm constantly building PCs for people that have budgets at or under $1,000. So that leads me to constantly ask the question, if I have a budget for a GPU that is $350 or less, what is the best card for the money? So I bought 5 cards. the RTX 3060, the RTX 4060 Ti, the Intel B580, the Radeon RX 6750 XT, and the brand new RX 5060. I went into this with the intention of proving that there were better video cards at $350 than the RTX 5060. And while by the end of this video I will have proved that, I also had a pretty big revelation about what the best card for that money actually is. So I'm in the process of building a entertainment room PC. I also had a pretty big revelation about what the best card for that money actually is. I am in the process right now of building an entertainment room PC, and before I started working on this video, I had already chosen in my mind the card from this test batch that I was going to put in that build. But by the end of all my testing and the extensive amount of gaming I did on them, I actually changed my mind. So in this video, we'll see how all of the cards actually stack up against one another and hopefully answer 3 key questions. 1, does the average gamer really care about the difference between all of these cards? 2, which card actually offers the best raw performance? And 3, if you're doing a little bit of everything, say AI, spreadsheets, gaming, watching YouTube videos, just everything, what's the best overall choice? So as we go through this, we're going to explore each of these a little bit. We did some synthetic benchmarks and we did a whole bunch of real world gaming. So let's start with the RTX 3060. So how do we wants me to flash the BIOS. All right. All right, so that was, so here's one. Do this again. Yes, but I like being married, so. I build a lot of computers, and I'm constantly building PCs for people that have budgets at or under $1,000. So that leads me to constantly ask the question, if I have a budget for a GPU that is $350 or less, what is the best card for the money? So that's the first one. Here's the second one. Again, with the adjustments that you just had me make, a lot of computers for my customers. That does sound better. Or under $1,000. So that leads me to constantly ask the question, if I have a budget for a GPU that is right at $350. That sounds a lot better, actually. What is the best card for the money? So, to answer that question, I bought 5 different GPUs. I bought an RTX 3060, an RTX 4060 Ti, an Intel B580, a Radeon RX. Yeah, Emily, I know you don't think that, but and the brand new reality is I do need. All right, let's add. They gave me some more little tweaks. This isn't bad. I definitely like that audio quality better. Mid cut. I'm not doing anything, Emily. I'm making adjustments to a filter on a screen you guys never are able to see. Drop EQ in this range by 2 to 3 decibels. 4. High mid boost. Add +2. Compensator. Threshold. So now we're going to -20. Ratio is 3 to 1. 2. Okay. All right, let's read it again with those adjustments. That sounds good. I like that. It's better. Most of the computers that I build for my clients are right at or under $1,000. So that leads to me constantly asking the question, if I have $350 to spend on a GPU, what is the best card for the money? So I bought 5 different GPUs. The RTX 3060, the RTX 4060 Ti, the Intel B580, the Radeon RX 6750 XT, and the brand new RTX 5060. Okay, let's see what that sounds like. No, Ramrod, I need your input right now. That I build for my clients are right at. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Not the answer I was expecting, but the answer we deserve. Thank you, Emily. Yeah, this sounds better. This audio is much improved. All right, we're going to make one more adjustment, and then we're going to read through this one more time. He was making a joke, Emily. All right. Most of the systems that I build for my clients are right at or under $1,000. So that leads me to constantly ask the question, what is the best pickup? What is the best GPU for $350 or less? So I bought 5 different cards. The RX 3060, the RTX 3060, the RTX 4060 Ti. Wow, I'm really messing this one up. Most systems I build for my clients are right at or under $1,000. So that leads me to constantly ask the question, if I have a budget of $350, what is the best video card for that money? So I bought 5 cards to figure this out. RTX 3060, RTX 4060 Ti, an Intel B580, a RX 6750 XT, and an RTX 5060. All right, last highlight. Kind of like that better. I actually remembered all the cards that time. I know what I want the thumbnail to be too. Because it's going to be like me just like holding a card. It's kind of like, and it's going to say $350 or less, buy this. It's just going to be, yeah, if you have $350 or less and you're buying a 7900 GRE, let me know who your supplier is so I can buy them too. Playing Balatro. She just launched Balatro. The RTX 4060 Ti, an Intel B580, a RX 6750 XT, and an RTX 5060. All right, wow, I'm really messing this one up. Most systems I build for my clients are right at or under $1,000. So that leads me to constantly ask the question, if I have a budget of $350, what is the best video card for that money? So I bought 5 cards to figure this out. RTX 3060, RTX 4060 Ti, an Intel B580, a RX 6750 XT, and an RTX 5060. All right, last highlights. Kind of like that better. Okay, so it sounded better. We'll leave these settings as is. She's fine, Emily. So let's dig into this. I need to get some beauty shots of some of these cards. So I can get this shipped out today. All right, I'll be right back. You guys will hear me as I'm doing this, but ding. So I'm going to take all of these cards. I guess I left the 5060 in there. I'm going to be shutting the lights off for a second, Mom. All right. Okay. Seems like the appropriate amount of B-roll for that card. Dang. All right. My card. All right, we gotta start working on stuff. But, all right. Um, nice, some nice B-roll of that. And then I guess I just gotta roll into it just a little bit here. So what about the B580? Well, the B580 overall, in benchmarking, I'd say it performs as exactly well as you would expect it to. For my 3D Mark scores, Steel Nomad, it came in second. 3D Mark Time Spy, it came in second. The Cyberpunk 2077 came in second. The all right, so I guess my big thing is I just need to get some good. So what about this card? This is the Intel Arc B580. You can do it with the box as well. So what about this card? The Intel Arc B580. I just have to remember how I actually line these scores up. So in our synthetic benchmarks, the Steel Nomad average, it came in second. Time Spy, it came in second. Cyberpunk Without ray tracing, it came in second. Cyberpunk with ray tracing, it came in fourth. Shadow of the Tomb Raider, non-RT stuff, came in second. Black Myth Wukong came in dead last. So I guess specifically about that, the no RT frame gen off, it came in dead last. But as soon as you set it for recommended settings, it is suddenly coming in third in lows, which is great. Red Dead Redemption 2 came in first. So this is where we start getting into some of the negatives of this card. Not negatives in the sense that the card is bad, negatives in that it's still in, it really is in its infancy. I use stability matrix for everything, like I said, and I could not get stability matrix to run whatsoever. There is an Intel specific version of stability matrix that is available. I got it running in there. I couldn't export any viable data from it. It ran great. And the amount of memory that it has while using the Intel AI Gen stuff was great. The images it spat out were exactly what I asked for. So it makes it hard to benchmark that specific functionality against the other cards that have numbers that I can just look at: total render time, total iterations per second. So this section's a little bit foggy, but I really do expect this to improve the longer that this card exists. And then in real world, actually playing video games with this card, it performed admirably. I would say the day that I was doing this, as I go through these and you kind of look at some of the videos and stuff that I got from it, I would say this was probably upfront the choppiest card that I played on that day. But a caveat to that is that the day after I recorded that, they released a driver update specifically for the game that I was playing on, which is something that you're seeing Intel do that these other companies aren't actually doing. With NVIDIA and with AMD, they release these updates as needed. And if they don't feel like the updates are needed right now because performance is still fine, you're not going to get those updates. I know just yesterday, NVIDIA released a whole slew of updates for games ranging from Dune Awakening all the way to Clara Obscura Expedition 33. And people are seeing 20 to 30% increase in performance across those games. So the nice thing about Intel and what they're doing is they are setting themselves up so that, hey, we have a game that comes out, bunch of people are actively playing it. We don't have good driver support at launch because they didn't work with us. But as soon as we get the game in our hands, we're optimizing for it. And then they just release updates. So from what I was reading, people were claiming another 15% improvement in performance on this, which would bring this probably on par with the other cards that we were testing that on the day. So this is going to be, in the end, I would say this is a strong contender for my personal second choice cards that I would go for, just because of how quickly Intel is releasing updates for their stuff. There's still problems that this card had with dynamic lighting rendering, which has been a problem since the ARC cards, not the ARC cards. So this card still has a problem with rendering certain lighting environments, and they've had this problem since the A series cards, where sometimes you'll have a light and it just has this weird bloom around it that you can't really explain. But I have full confidence that Intel's going to figure it out. They are really pushing forward the development of these cards. So, like I said, overall, I would say this is my number 2 choice. Okay, so I feel like that's good. I can kind of use that to cut information in here, and I will drop charts and stuff during that. Put this in here. Let me get my hammer to make it fit inside this box. All right, now we gotta, yeah, it'll fit quite nicely in this box. And once I get that unpacked, it'll get shipped in that. I don't think I will need anything else for that. Big hammer, big hammer. All right, we got to work on some computers now. I just turned you off, my guy. We're gonna need to update the firmware on that because it's doing some weird stuff. All right, back over to this. Let me highlight that so that we have all of that. Okay. He's 235. Oh, you're all good, man. Good, man. Huh? Yeah, probably should. It's quite warm. No, I am editing. I'm cutting some footage before we start working on this computer and the consoles that I have in there. Ah, okay. $11.07. I do not. No. All right, so we're going to turn this back on. We're going to download a piece of software called USB View Log. And we're going to watch what happens on this computer. Okay. Get this unplugged. Go ahead and put that back in there. Here, I'm going to plug this into my computer and see if it pops up with, hey, there's a problem with this drive. Look at that, there isn't. But what we will do, we'll check it just to be on the safe side. Just in case, we'll repair it with a more reliable computer. And it should now be functioning. So let's put this back in. Unplug, plug. Why did it just disappear? See, it's unplugging and plugging itself back in. I didn't do that. So, let's see. Just reading through the forums on this. After I did the options, I did that rebooted. So 20 minutes. All right. Started today too. Also on the Godlike X70, it's likely your dynamic dashboard. What is the dynamic dashboard? What is the MSI DD3? What are you? Nope. I 100% want DD3. Yeah, it just restarted itself. Whoo, that's gonna suck. Hey Chase, it's Chris over at Bradenton PC Repair. All right, I got good news and I got bad news. Good news is Windows is now installed correctly. Bad news is the problem is your motherboard. Yeah, so some of like I stream a lot of my repairs that I do, and part of my community has these boards and they like searching for issues with stuff like this. And one of the things they found is that there is currently a 750 post long forum on MSI specifically about this board and what this problem is. And you're going to need to RMA this board. The problem is, you know, the display that's inside that gives you information about the board? It fries one of the USB controllers. And yeah, what I'll do is I'll give you a, like if you just literally do a search for MSI Dynamic Dashboard 3 issue, it's the only motherboard that has the issue. And anytime, like they put a folder on the computer that's called USB view log, and I'm going to leave it on there for you. You can see a device disconnecting itself and reconnecting itself completely independently of anything happening with the computer, which is what you had said. But you can time it consistently to watching that screen turn itself off and then turn itself back on. So it's not just shutting off that USB, it's shutting off the whole USB controller. So the USB controller that handles all your peripherals, as well as that screen, because that screen gets all its info from that. And it is something that is hardwired directly into the board. So, yep. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'm actually gonna shoot a little video of this turning itself on and off, connected, and actually showing the connection and disconnection. That way other people, if they're having like a similar issue, they'll at least be able to reference that. So you can come pick this up at any point. You're just gonna owe me the $35 for the diagnostic. And yeah, you're gonna have to send this thing back, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I can totally do that. What I'll do is, because I'll cut it. I'm actually going to turn it like into a little YouTube short, so I'll be able to get the file size relatively small, and you'll be able to use this as part of the RMA. But yeah, it's a known issue. When did this thread start? Yeah, it's up to 75 pages. People started noticing the issue back in November of last year. And yeah, it's just a giant thread of people showing this off. So yeah, exactly. It's one of the most expensive motherboards out there. Something to consider, like I see you've gone like basically an all MSI setup here. One of the other motherboards that I like in this category are the Tai Chi boards. I have one myself, and I absolutely love it. It's from ASRock. Just that's right. This is, yeah. I keep thinking this is an Intel build, and it is not. Um, you, they're they're the same. By the way, those are the same company. ASRock and Asus are the same one. Yeah, the X870E Tai Chi board actually looks quite nice, but you're right. There have been quite a few people having problems with them. So your best bet would be I would like just have MSI replace it, hopefully with one that isn't faulty. But even reading through the thread, it looks like some people who've got them back, like 6 months later, had the same issue again. So. Yeah, because more than likely what they're doing is that they're replacing the USB controller that dies. Yeah, absolutely. All right. I will be here until 4. All righty. Have a good one. Bye. So here's a perfect use case for this little guy. Because I can now put this on here. Let's turn this back on. It's only a $1,000 board. I mean, what are you going to do? All right, so we're going to do this. And we'll, so, all right. If you have an MSI brain. If you have an MSI X870E Godlike and you're hearing a USB device connect and disconnect and it's disconnecting all your peripherals, more than likely it is that screen. It is more than likely that screen. So what's happening, you see it just turned off. I have USB view log in here. It just unplugged itself. I did not unplug it. And then it is now rebooting itself. And what's happening is that is disconnecting the USB controller, unplugging itself, and then plugging itself back in. And this will happen every 2 to 3 minutes. So if you have this board and you are having this problem, submit an RMA. Get a new board from MSI. All right. Let's highlight that too. Yay. All right, that is cutting now. All right, let's move this over there. Leave that on there for him. Power, power, shut down. Thing nearly broke my frickin'. All right. Now, in the interim, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, and we'll come back. We're gonna do some soldering. I'm gonna get my board heater for this one because I'm definitely gonna need it.
It can't. Power cord. Bathroom.
printout paperwork for number 23. Do I add a quick note in there that says motherboard problem? All right. Let's start with. All right, Emily. Yeah, I need to do that. I had a bunch of stuff to do. Come over here. I gotta turn that fan on. It's a little bit unbearable in here today, isn't it? Huh? Yeah, we're about to have more. Yep. Why did you just turn on? Oh, cool. That's... Hopefully that doesn't become an issue. We're going to be replacing got some super glue. Like it might have eaten through there. Some super glue on my board heater. Well, the HDMI ports ain't great, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I'm about to start working on some stuff. Well, let's make sure this thing doesn't short out. Hey, it's worked for me. I've used it a few times. Like I said, I didn't realize, but I got some, you can see it right there, some super glue on it. I doubt it. It's the brand on this one is called TBK. I don't know what he means. It is a board heater. It heats up boards to make components come off of them easier. Correct. It's the exact same thing. I can smell it heating up. Just need to make sure it's getting at least close to where it needs to. All right, that's fine. We're gonna need that here shortly. Set that off to the side. Grab this PS5. What does that even mean, my guy? I mean, sure. Form a model. Like how small? How small are we talking? And how much is it going to cost you to get me to print them? That's like a walk in the park. So you're looking for so you're looking for 74 letters? And half an inch isn't exactly small either. You want to send me an idea of what exactly you're talking about, and then we can look at it? All right, we got a PS5 HDMI port replacement. On Discord. It's like, post a link to it on the Discord. Or send me a link through chat here. So I have some idea of what you're talking about. All right, flip that over there. This HDMI port looks slightly mangled. It's been a long time, Emily. So, HDMI port slightly mangled. Let's get this apart. Got this. Should have all of our tools. This looks like it's one of the earlier generation PS5s. We'll see here. Set that there. Let's start getting our screws out. 1. 2. 3. 'I need my screwdriver. Basically, I need a strong magnet to pull that out of there because that is not wanting to come out of there. Get this guy out of here. Alright, there is all of those. Let's get our fan out. Yeah, well, it's useful. Allows me to stay in touch with all you guys without having to, you know, give you my phone number. Post that in the 3D printing section, please. It's on the left-hand side. Give me a second, because Yeah, on the left-hand side, there's one that says 3D prints. Let me see if I don't think I could, maybe, yep, there you go. You found it. Perfect, got it. So just, so just E36. Yeah, I should be able to print that for you, man. That's fine. Because the way you wrote it, it says 2 sizes of capital E and letters 36, like implying there was 36 of the letters. Oh, good. I understand. You're all good, man. So it has its own missions. All right, this other screw out. Like, I just need you to find a font that you want me to use to print it, and I'll have to see if I can turn it into like a 3D thing. I mean, this isn't, I'll be perfectly honest with you, this will not be a high priority for me. I got quite a bit going on, obviously. But I should be able to do it at some point. All right, let's get this apart. Plastic. Yeah, this is one of the original models. This guy's old, old, old. Let's get our connectors. Connector. 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 All right, all our connectors are disconnected. Let's get our screws out. You know, I just realized you guys are awesome. That's not what I realized, but you deserve some music. So have some music. Now, this is how you know this is one of the original ones. Look how many screws. All right, Emily. Alright, we got that plate off. Let's get the bracket for the liquid metal off of here. CPU cooler unmounted. Disconnect this cable. And then we lift. Come on. Undo the tape. All right, Em. All right, let's flippity flip. Liquid metal is actually looking pretty good shape on this one. Surprisingly. Let's get our standoffs going. Yep. Yeah, it's the conductonaut. It's what when I need to replace liquid metal, it's what I use. Yes, it is. What it says right there, Mr. Biggs. All right, so let's get in here nice and close. Get our light turned on. Those pads lifted? They are not, okay. All right, get some thermal paste, what am I talking about? Some flux in there. Get this flipped over. That off of there. Flux, 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 flux. Move this so I can see a little better. Aww. Thank you, Master. Get some low melt. Put onto there. When I say low melt, I mean lower melt, lower temperature than what is there normally. lastly, use this super duper weak extraction fan. Find a place to actually keep this thing when I'm doing this. Pointed right at my chest seems like a bad idea. Get some temperature in the board. And we start hitting each of these corners. I don't get it either. This is one of the lightest ones that I've seen as far as damage. Right back. All right, back at it. Gotta heat this thing all the way back up again. You say that every single time, Master. And yet I keep using the same nozzle. Because it's what I'm comfortable with. And I believe it is the appropriate size for the task. When it dies, or if you want more performance out of, say, like an SSD. Came away nice and clean. Oh, looks like we might have taken a pad, which might have been the problem with this in the first place. Looks like it might just be the solder. Take a look on the other side in a second. Sure. Yeah, the only time you want to do it, because you're taking apart like really old stuff now, the only time you really want to do it is if it's absolutely necessary. Powerful suction, my booty. All right, let's get this solder out of here. That's one. That's two. Almost. That one's still gonna need some more work. The braid let go, so it wasn't as efficient as it could have been. In theory, I should be able to use this to finish up these last two. Three. That's four. Okay. Now let's flip this over and take a look at what we're dealing with here. Looks like that last pad might actually be fine. Or it's missing and I just gotta run a wire. We'll see. We are good. Look how right you were, master. I've had that happen a few times with these guys. I'm gonna throw that thing out. That fume extractor that I bought, just not cutting it. Huh? What stinks? Did you hear what I said?
I know.
Right, but getting rid of a fume extractor won't remove smells from the air. So let me tin this up. We're just going to tap this on here. Add a little bit more. You'll take it off my hands? How much are you gonna give me for it? It's one of those things where I was gonna throw it out if you wanna come dumpster dive for it, but I'm not shipping it to someone for free when I have to pay shipping, and I just got done paying $500 on shipping for those computers. Excuse me, $400. But on top of it, it doesn't work. Like, at all. It does not work. It does not accomplish what it sets out to do in any meaningful way. So one thing I'm noticing when I'm looking at this board, we'll take a look here, is there is streaking here on the board that is not from what I just did. You can see it right there, and then right here, almost as if electricity went through this. All right. All we're going to do is we are going to heat this up so these become balls, nice and round. Like that. So that one I need to fix. We'll try one of these new HDMI ports. Maybe. This is Chris. Yeah, just waiting for the battery to get delivered. Yeah, it should be one day this week. I don't know when. Like, I ordered it that same day you dropped it off. I just gotta wait on them, unfortunately, because it's actually like a really uncommon battery. So, yeah, hopefully today or tomorrow. Absolutely, have a good one. Bye. These are the same. They are different before. They had the other ones had dates, had stuff stamped on them as well. I just didn't trust it. All right, let's get in there. This a little rotate so I have some place to put my hand. We're gonna flux port and we're gonna adjust this beforehand. I'm gonna try and line it up right about there. You can see that I want to line these up so that they're as centered on those pads as possible. Right about there, and then we'll press down. Right about there. Nope. Right about there. Something different about these. Like it doesn't really want to line up very well. Some of these pins are like way off. Like that left pin. All right, let's go right there. No shot that actually stuck at all, right? Yeah, no. I was gonna say, that would be the fastest I've ever had one of those actually do something. You always say that, but I never do it, and it because it's too small for me to actually tin. Maybe if I, you know, use the smaller, solder iron, it would be fine. All right, we're all on there. Now, take some more flux, we'll put some flux here, put some flux here. Flux, flux, flip. And then we put our solder in these holes. Okay. And then we're just gonna hit up one side at a time till this drops. Give this a little bit of help. That's one. That's two. Why did this thing suddenly shift focus? I didn't even think this had the ability to do that. Cooling the board slightly. All right, now we're gonna do the same thing on this side. One, two. All right. And then we just verify we didn't disconnect any pins. And we move on. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. All right. It's clean. All right, new HDMI port on there. Before we clean up the, trying to figure out. Huh, I'm not sure what would have been broken on this. Oh well.
Okay. The technician, okay, hold on. A copy die.
Here's Chris.
I have my backup with the repair before, and now it's
Okay. I mean, do you want to bring it in? Okay. Yep. Alrighty. Have a good one. That was the weirdest interaction. Like, she's like, my laptop died. That's all the information I'm gonna give you. I don't know what I was supposed to do with that. She has. Liquid metal cleanup. See if we can't get it all back onto the die. It's mostly better. All right, nice and clean. All right, let's test. There. Get this put back on. That's back on there. We're gonna toss a couple screws at this lift. As this lifted and came apart a little bit. Make sure that's clear. Make sure that's clear. What? Black. That there. That there. Let me grab my cords. You'll all be happy to know I have a new high-speed HDMI cable that I'm using instead of the one that I have cut open. I know it was a classic, but got a new cable. Here we go. Waiting for the beep beep beep. Oh, that was fun. Not sure what that was. Interesting. So, I don't think this is an HDMI port problem. It didn't shut down, it's still running. I think whatever I saw on the back of this board is what the problem is. Sure, my cable's still plugged in nicely. Yeah, it's not outputting any video. Let's pull it back apart. Let's verify all my connections. And then go from there. Because I might have to call the kid and be like, hey, so what was the last thing that happened before you brought it to me? I'm also going to check it for a short, not that one, this button, just in case. I know, I took it off because the battery's charging. I know I have it set down. Sure would be nice if I had an HDMI, you know, switcher that frickin' supported PlayStations. That would be awesome, you know? So that I could just plug in my regular HDMI cable instead of going through all this nonsense every time, unplugging cables. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get in here nice and close. And I mean, I'd live with it. I could live with a splitter. All right, let's get in here. We'll just make sure we have a nice solid connection. Okay. Welcome back, Emily. Like I'm able to shift the board with how solid these connections are. They're pretty good, especially that one. So, Master, I'm going to ask you to look up something from me for JBC real quick to see if you can find it. Because I know we talked about this in the past. So I have these, where's my tool? So I have, these are the two sizes that this is the one size that I have from JCB, is this size. I want this size. Why does this come through looking so blue? So the one on the right, the full-size one, I'll give you the numbers. It's a C245-941. And this one here literally just has like Axion printed on it, C245K200. I want to try and do something real quick. This is... You doing good, Mama? Good. That's that. Oop. I did respond to you, Emily, yes. If you can find one that's that same tip size, I will just go ahead. I will order it. Okay. Bye, Mama. See you when you get back. Yeah, I can grab a pair of calipers when I get done with this, and I can check to see what it is. It very well might be. If that's the case, yeah, I would like to get one of those, because I'd like, for what I just did, it'd be freaking awesome. Have just that smaller tip. All right, round 2. Remember to put this thing back in when we're doing this. I forgot to check it for short. Completely forgot. Also, if you can find me a splitter that you think would work with this setup so I can stop doing this, because when I finally do finish up over there, I'm gonna try and keep something permanently in place for that. All right, here we go. If it's not this, it's not the HDMI, it's something else. Okay, I'll take a look here in a second. Yeah, usually I have video by now. So whatever happened to this, not an HDMI problem. I mean, I don't know. Like, the screen is just black, so I can't see anything, obviously. And the controller lights up. Well, what's that gonna do for me? Sure, Emily, it's fun. Yeah. Sure, not a completely dead console, but with the context of this conversation, it is. Hey Oscar, it's Chris over at the computer shop. Hey, question for you. I replaced the HDMI port on this and I'm still not getting video out of it. What was the last thing that happened before you realized you needed to have the HDMI replaced? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the thing is, I don't think it was the HDMI that went out. I think it's one of the actual chips that controls outputting video to the HDMI. When I got it apart, there was some like burn marks directly behind the HDMI. So I'm not sure if it was like lightning or something, but it's like, the thing is with the way these looked, it wasn't like, I've seen a lot of lightning damage and like stuff blows up. Like this was just like two parts of the board got super hot and then cooled off. Yeah, I'm leaning that way. Just give me just a little bit. I'm gonna check some things for shorts. I just wanted to see if like anything like specific happened. Right, but if the surge came through the TV, through the HDMI, like it might not have damaged anything, because like I said, it was just kind of weird when I saw the two things. I didn't really think anything of it, but now that it's not actually outputting video, like it's trying, it's actively, it detects that there's, yeah. Yeah. All right. Let me dig into this a little bit. See if it's something like that's another part. I have a couple donor boards here that I can pull parts off of. And if it is something that I find like a dead component, I'll just get that replaced, and then, you know, things should start. Yeah. Yeah. And if it's not, I'll just be straight and honest with you as far as, hey, it's time to just get a new one. All right, man. Yep. Bye. Okay, so he's getting he was having the exact same thing that we're having now, which leads me to believe that not the HDMI. So what he was experiencing was it would turn press the power button, it would turn the TV on, but there'd be no video out. So like I said, the one thing that I saw that was interesting to me when we took this apart, and I'll see if I can find it and highlight it on the video, but let's unplug this. Yeah, I think everything's working. It's just something with the video circuit might be dead. When we got to this side, there was two hot spots right here, which you can still kind of see, sort of. You can't really see it all. Go in there. So you can still kind of see one of the hot spots I'm talking about right there. It just looks like a line coming straight that way. And there was two of those. Let me look across this board real quick to see if I see anything else that stands out. Anything specific? Let's turn on the microscope again. Yeah, And like I said, I just got off the phone with the guy. I am experiencing the exact same thing he was experiencing, so it definitely was not the HDMI that was at fault. All right, I'm gonna order that, master, and because that's pretty inexpensive for what it is. That's pretty good. Okay, let's get down in here. So, all right, so you can see what I'm talking about right here. And then there's another one right there. And I'm not sure what that would be. So this is what it looks like when I do stuff. You end up with spots like this. That's from the alcohol mixing with my flux. But that, not sure. So let's grab our multimeter. Take a look around the board. Oh, thank you for telling me that I had not done that. And I will do this again so you guys can actually see. I'm okay if it takes 2 weeks for it to arrive. I'm not in a super huge hurry. So what I was pointing out, as I've lost the tip again for my probe, is this right here. You can very faintly, let me see if changing this, no, that doesn't help at all. So there is a green line that I can see that takes up this shape. You can kind of see it on here. And then there's one right here that is another completely different color that goes from here into there. So I don't know if something shorted out or what, but let's take a look around and see what we see. So what I'm saying is this was here when I took the board apart, right? So that's why I'm a little bit over here. What was that PlayStation? No help? No. Thank you, Emily. Let's see what this says here. So there are 4 chokes between the encoder and the HDMI port, which are those guys. Right there. There are, I'll do that in a second. There are 8 data lines going through those chokes. Make sure everyone has continuity. Guys are incredibly tiny. I'm gonna have to bookmark this, master. Oh, that one doesn't seem to have. There it goes. All right. That's fine. Check for damage around the MN. Oh, they beeped. I did sleep better last night, Emily. I got a lot of sleep. Check for damage around the MN8. MN864739 chip, like liquid damage or physical damage. So we're just looking for it, not seeing anything. So what's this? All right, it looks like dry flux. Funny, that should be giving me continuity. What is this? You see that? That shape around that? Let me go grab, I got my other PS5 board chilling here. Go grab that real quick. All right, Emily, have a good dinner. To build your stuff, and if there is a plugin, then just getting that installed with whatever cart is used. So the email address that I will what is your email address so I can send you an email that you can reply to? Okay. All right, and then yeah, I'll shoot you over an email, and then just reply to that email with what you want me to do on the website, and we'll take a look at it. No, they don't. Yeah. I will let you know I'm generally more expensive than fiber is going to be. No. Yeah. All right. All righty. Have a good one. Yeah. We got to order some PC parts after this. Okay. All right, so back to this list. What do we got for this? What size? All right, we'll measure it here in a second. Is that the right shape? It says it works with T45. Okay. All right. I'm down with that. I just want something a little bit smaller for when I get into those tight spaces. Of course, that covers that. All right, I was hoping that would just fit. Let me grab my power supply. Master, off the top of your head, what is the voltage and amperage for a PS5 power supply? I know it's 12.5, right? For the voltage. Amp. Is it printed on here? Oh, 12 volt, 31 amps. I don't think I'm going up that high. Yeah, it's printed on there. Well, let's just get up to 12 volts and then I can check some voltages of stuff. All right, so 12 volts. Let me see if anything's getting hot. Yeah, 31 amps is quite high. So can I order this? DigiKey. What is that? Why are you sending me all these? That last one, that bevel cartridge, interesting. All right. Nothing heating up, but then again, 31 amps? My, my guy, what? All right, so around here, I'm supposed to see all right, so let's look at this. So we're supposed to see different voltages in different places. So for instance, right there, we're supposed to see 1.8 volts. And we get 1.8 volts. Then this one is 0.9 volts. That's a 0. This is tiny and awkward. Zero. That might be dead. And then this is a 1.8. 1.5. Zero. I'm thinking this chip might have died. Oh, there we go, 1.8. Aha. Let me clean this tip a little bit better just in case that's what that was. 1.8, 1.8, cool. This is supposed to be also 1.8. This is supposed to be 3.3, 3.3. This pad is 0.9. That is the actual first, like, real. That is 0.15. And then this one, supposed to be 3 volts. 3 volts. This is incorrect. It's brown there. Okay, that was actually incredibly helpful. This is the bottom of the board, yes. Recheck the other 0.09 spot. I did. It read correctly. This one here. Clean the tips. I take that back. It does not. I'm reading 0. I'm reading 0. Yeah, let's just assume that this chip is dead. Now, let's check it against this other board. That is definitely not in great shape, but might be in better shape. Oh, my multimeter can definitely go that low. My multimeter goes down to 0.000, so it can definitely go that low. It's a Fluke 107. It's the good one. That's right. This one has a dead short on it. I remember now. So, do we just pull that off of the board? We just pull that off of this one and toss it on his? It's not like it's working now anyways. How big is this? Decent, okay. Now let's pull this off of here. We're gonna use, actually gonna use this to do this. This quickly became more than I expected it to. Mm-hmm. Connecting all your peripherals, more than likely it is. No, they got washed off more than likely. This might end up needing to be like a board heater situation, seeing as this is pulling all of this heat right out of this. Hey, thank you for subscribing, Mr. Kingler. Not gonna happen, Master. For your knowledge, I've thrown out all the other nozzles for this. I no longer own them. This is the nozzle that I use. My only other option is taking the nozzle off completely. We might just do. I think the last time, the other thing that helped with this was this. Crank that airflow. On the bright side, not a BGA chip. Yeah. But also, there was definitely not a lot of, I am shocked by the small amount of solder on the bottom of that. Okay, let's get in here. This is Chris. All right. I'm just doing Windows 11. Yeah. If you drop it off this afternoon, you won't get it back till probably middle of the week next week. I'm gonna be, yeah, I'm out of the office on Friday. I'm helping a business move. I'm doing all their IT when they get in there. And that might take up my weekend, so. Yeah, I would say like usually like Thursday, Fridays are pretty good for me. You can like drop it off on Thursday. I work on it on Friday. You can get it back by Saturday. So just like later on in the month, like there's a couple days that I know that I'll be out, but none of them are Thursday or Friday. Mm-hmm. That's 4th of July. I'll be closed on 4th of July. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Perfect. Alrighty. Yep, have a good one. Bye. All right, here we go. I guess it just needed a little more flux. We need to make sure we move this away from these chips before we come in and pick it up. It is not wanting to lift. Okay, that was fun. Sketchy, yeah. It does bother me, like, kind of, like, a lot, how little solder is underneath this thing. Just want to put a little bit more. Clean that up a little bit. Yeah, and it's not like there's not pads there underneath. Because just looking at it, there is. Let's... All right, I'm gonna go back down to where I normally have this thing. See if we can get this to spread out a little bit. It's just weird to me. Well, if this works, this will be better than factory. Like, actually. Let's get some flux underneath there. Hello, how are you? Yeah, man, I feel tired. But that's every day. All right, let's hit this with the 70 airflow. And this thing's ripping hot. There it goes. I think that's going to be pretty good. Because, Emily, you're not getting enough sleep to compensate for the amount of caffeine that you're taking in. Now, let's get in here. We are looking for bridges. Yeah, I think they're all good. I think I did a pretty good job on that one. Just want to get this cleaned up. Those came out pretty well. I just want to make sure, like I said, I don't have any bridges anywhere. And then finally on this side, we know that ground plane is better, which is weird, like you said. Where are we at? 2 o'clock? We're going to accelerate the evaporative process here a little bit. Okay. All right. Well, we know, yeah, you know, this is basically the last thing that we would try before saying, yeah, the GPU died, right? So getting the exact same thing probably indicates something with the south bridge. So getting the exact same thing. Let's go ahead and get it back together. We did swap that though, successfully. And then let's get all of this off of the board. That on there. We flip. This is the last time this guy's going back together. Master, those tips that you sent me, if you can find me DigiKey links for all of them, I'll just grab them off a DigiKey. I'll grab one of each and we'll give them a shot. Because like I said, I'd like to have more options than just this big tip. And this console does look like it's in incredibly good shape. It's been well maintained. We replaced our HDMI. Replaced the HDMI chip. Oh, well, that's sad. The first one that we were looking at is on there. The 2459.39 is on there. I got it added to my cart currently. All right, last check. Last chance for this thing to potentially work. And here we go. On the off chance that that's what the problem was. All right, let me just, yeah, I got it, man. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about finding them. Holy crap, one of them is $51. It's an investment. It lasts me forever. Hopefully. Holy crap. Yeah, same deal. Nothing changed there. Yeah. Oh! 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 No shot. Well, apparently it was the HDMI controller. No shot. No shot. Those are the best ones. Those are the absolute best ones. The one where you're like, yeah, this isn't it. This isn't gonna work. And then it does. It will make for an excellent video. All right, let's go ahead and turn it off. Get all the screws back in here. And then we just got to find out how much those chips are. So nice, 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 nice. So the last one you sent me, the bevel cartridge, the 2457.95 is not on there. But the rest of them were. That was the one I was interested in. Dang it. All right. Jeez. I should talk to Ramrod and... Yeah, I could. No, I can't. It says I have to order from a distributor because I don't have an account with them. Should reach out to Ramrod and be like, hey, do you know if your company can order from JBC directly? And if they can, just have them order it. And then I just give him money for it. Oh, shit, he's here. Sorry. Shoot, he's here. He's just been quiet. No, I have to have an account where I spend a certain amount of money with them, Emily. So, like, way more money than I have is what they would want. Okay. Where's my drill? There it is. All right, let's get this thing back together. I will send you a screenshot. Okay, that's actually relatively inexpensive on Discord, RAM. There's gonna be two of them. That, and then these. So that top tip is usually like, I try and buy everything from DigiKey, because at least then I get some sort of like insurance that it's gonna be there. Yeah, we're digressing because I'm not ordering from them currently. Well, this was almost an all-day project. Really? I would assume, like, I would figure you guys, well, I mean, you guys don't do soldering. JBC does a whole bunch of stuff, though. I mean, yeah, if you could ask, I'd appreciate it. I don't know anyone else around here that does it on the scale that we would need. For them to have an account, because like the accounts are stupid. Like, talk to them, like, hey, they're like, hey, unless you're ordering like a minimum of $1,000 worth of equipment per month. You just need to order from one of our distributors. And I was like, oh, that's like very high for literally just me and my little one-man show here. Yes, Emily, I have. When I look at it and it's too broken even for me. Yes, Emily, I've said the same thing to PCs. So that right there means I put a screw someplace I wasn't supposed to. Where did I do that? Is it over here? Doesn't look like it. No, that's strange. Hello. Yeah, I wasn't here to skip it. Sorry, guys. I wish I could get rid of that song entirely. Ugh. Page error. That song was a terrible song, Emily. Yeah, so the one that I can't find is the 245789. Yeah, that music was atrocious. My bad, you guys. I tried shutting it down remotely while I was up front and it just didn't work. All right, I found that screw. All right. Next. In there. Grab this guy. Out in there. Sure we're not pinching cables. In there. This. This one, he says. No, I'm an idiot. Hold on. Yeah, that one's in my cart. Wait, no, it's not. All right, now I'm confused. Oh, you sent me. No, you didn't. I am real confused. I don't know where I even got that from, that knife cartridge. My bad, dude. It was that. And I guess let me check Fleabay. See if that pops up anywhere. Yeah, $57. All right, yeah, good shot. That's $200 in soldering tips that I can't afford at this second. We'll get there. Like I'll probably order one. I'm gonna order that real thin one, and I'm gonna add the rest of them to my list of near future purchases. Because I gotta recoup some money from the shipping and stuff, so. All right, here we go. Let's turn it on again. Master send us some links. Yeah, so apparently that company, that T Equipment, are on Fleabay. Still working. Dope. What am I doing? That's true. Well, if I order it all as one order on eBay, maybe. Hey, this is Chris over at the computer shop. You could give me a call back, 941-567-4017. Okay. That's a Panasonic chip, right? Let me take a look at this. I'll call Jeff first. Let's see what kind of shape this laptop case is in and see if I can just move everything. What's going on, GMT? Did you get that package yet? Hey Jeff, I was just getting ready to call you. You sent me an email. I just need to push our meeting that was scheduled for tomorrow till next week. I'm helping one of my other clients move tomorrow on
Friday, and it's been taking up all my time and wiring up their building. So if you have something that you want me to like implement, you can shoot me an email, and then we can go over some stuff next Thursday. We had to go to a shopping cart. So the Google Merchant, correct. So it would have to go to ads. What we can do is, as long as we put up the price there, we should be able to continue running it. The problem I think you're going to run into is I think they require like a buy now option. So we'll take a look. I'll take a look at that. I'll add it to my list of things to do. But yeah, I've just been like, I spent 18 hours in their building yesterday, like moving cables around and stuff. I'll send you a photo. I pulled, I think it was almost 250 pounds of cable out. That was just garbage. It's an old building, and what was happening is people, instead of removing cable as they moved in and did new things, they would just add more. Yeah. Yeah, because when we were moving into their cabinet, it was just like, all right, where you're gonna put all this stuff, there was literally, I think, in total we counted like 120 individual Ethernet cables, and there's only like when they moved in, there was 18 Ethernet jacks in the entire building. So make that make sense. Yeah. All right. Well, it's going to be like, I can tell you right now, it's going to be shut down. Because what I want to know is if we add prices without a buy now option, if it'll allow us to continue doing it with your other website. That's the thing I'm going to be interested in. It didn't contribute to the SEO. It just contributed to people clicking on it and then going to it. That's all. Yeah. 2 more days. 2 more days. All right. We'll see you then. Bye. You had to reschedule?
Yeah.
What documentation did you need to bring?
My birth certificate. I'm 77.
Okay.
Original.
they-
Otherwise they're certified.
They still need to know that you are who you say you are.
My marriage certificate, which I think is shredded, says 5 other documents.
Yeah, I used to ride horses, Emily.
Okay.
All right. Let's open this up. I just need to see what kind of shape this laptop is actually in. see if we can get this lady's parts moved over. All right, let's, hey, that opened up. We're missing all of the screws, but that's fine. You're gonna hold on to that. We're not gonna get rid of that. Let me go grab her laptop and get this stuff moved over. This, because I need to ship this. Once again, holding on to these old motherboards is really helping out. Mom. Thank you. What? What? You're looking at the fact that I'm holding a protein bar? It's a protein bar. Yeah, this is the one with the completely destroyed shell. I gotta see when that battery is supposed to be here. All right, so this is gonna be a case swap because this looks pristine. Forgot a screw. Boom, done. All right, let me grab some water. I gotta do my arm stretches that Emily redeemed a couple hours ago. Excuse me.
I don't know how to get out of stuff.
What do you mean?
Oops.
What are you trying to get out of?
Must have pushed this while I was walking or whatever. This.
Okay, you just hit the home button.
But if I go over here, it's still there.
Okay, so then close it. You hit that button and then you slide up. And then when you open it back up,
Still there.
the person is, because that's showing it's just showing your recent text messages. So you started texting that person, whoever that is.
In the park. It's metal. So I wasn't.
Yeah, you must have opened it by bumping into it.
Yep, I did. Friday we'll have to figure out how we can get your ICE to come up other than orange, pink, so I don't think it's a spam message.
All right. I'm glad you think so. I think so too. Do our best to try and get them rapscallions out here. All right. It was a really old computer. I know that. No, we don't live together, Emily. It was a really old computer, but we're going to be swapping these cases. So let me do. Okay, almost done. So back to this. Here's what we're gonna do. This is a Toshiba Satellite C55. We're going to swap all the stuff from this into this case, which involves us by starting by taking this computer all the way apart and getting everything out of it while not breaking anything and being as delicate as we can. Looks like that should be just about it. We got a couple more here. The only reason that I'm doing this is because the customer is stubborn and quite attached to this. And I said, sure, I'll take a look. If it was cheap enough, we'd get it. And this was cheap enough, and we are getting it. So now we just gotta figure out how to get this guy apart. There we go. That's one salvaged part. Looks like these hinges are actually in okay shape over here. There'll be another motherboard from a pile. Interesting heatsink. Like, nah, we don't need active cooling. See no screw holding you in. So what is holding you in? Of course, we have our keyboard and trackpad, which are accessible from the underside. Right. By the underside, I mean underneath the keyboard. All right. Yeah, other than that, this thing looks like it's in decent shape. Those are the two pieces I need. All right. Unlock, unlock. And let's start taking this guy apart. Yep. I got up at 4 a.m. the day I did that 18-hour stream a couple days ago, Emily. It's the same laptop, because the laptop isn't the case that it's made of. It's the content of your character. I mean, it's the insides of the computer. Because that's the computer. The case isn't the computer. You can take this out of the case and it's still a computer. go. And think about where all these screws are going to go. And I got spares, thankfully, because there were still some screws in the old laptop. All right, come on. Thank you. All right, let's get this keyboard out. Which I'm going to need this for. Feels like we still have a screw in nowhere over here. Right. Keyboard connector disconnected. We lift. Over there, we'll disconnect our speakers while we're down here. And, coincidentally, our video connector. Okay. This guy should kind of come apart now. We just gotta be careful. Yeah, this thing was completely gone, unfortunately. We'll get this put back together in the new case. And this is very clearly an example of someone not being gentle with their computer. This isn't just an age thing. Despite the fact that she said she took great care of this, I pressed F for doubt. So we're going to do a little bit different than we did with the other one. Just going to... We're going to keep parts together and connected to this motherboard. So this is already disconnected. I just need to disconnect that. And then we'll tape. These are the cheapest speakers that they could afford. We're going to leave the trackpad on this one. That's still in there, that's still in there. Leave that all in there. No reason to use a different one. Just make sure that that is fine. That is fine. All right. It's going to be on top. Yeah, this was made to such the smallest amount of money that it has a single Wi-Fi cable in it. Just one. 2 would have been too expensive. This is one of those laptops where, like, if you were a customer of mine, I would have been like, just save yourself the heartache and the headache and go with something else. Even at the time. All right. We got hinges again. She's just got to be gentle with it, which is unlikely to happen. No, Emily, this thing can barely run Microsoft Word, okay? Again with this adhesive. Why did you do this? Thank you. All right, we got cables to plug in down here. There we go. Get that lined up. Like, I love it. There's a spot for a CPU fan, but they're like, nah, our customers aren't good enough for that. That would add a whole 99 cents to every single computer that we sell. And, you know, we just can't afford that. It's not, it's just dirty. Okay. Plastic everywhere. No, Emily, it's not. But they wanted it this time, so I said okay. Everything is plugged back in. The lady just kept arguing with me and arguing. I said, fine, I'm going to charge you what I charge you, and then you're going to be happy with it. And she said, well, not too much. I'm like, nope, you've lost that option. Because she just kept arguing with me, and I'm like, look, I don't think it's worth you putting any money into it, but I like it. I don't care if you like it. It's still not worth the money. She's like, well, let me just get it fixed. And I'm like, all right, fine. Look, when I get done with this, whatever it costs is what you're going to owe me. Well, if it's too much, nope. Nope, no, 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 no. I told you it's going to be too much to fix. It's not worth fixing. You forced me into this position. We're now in this position. Because I didn't want to fix it for you in the first place. I wanted you to put the money that you were spend on this towards purchasing a new computer. Something, you know, from this decade. But no, you wanted to argue with me the whole time. So good luck. It's running Windows 8.1. But it was originally designed for Windows 7. I'm glad you realized that, Emily. This is Chris. Okay. 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 If it's hot, you need to unplug it and then leave it unplugged. I do. So you just gotta bring it down, leave it with me, and then I'll get it apart, get a battery ordered, if that's what it is, and then give you a call once it gets in. Usually it's about 3 days. Once I order the battery, it's 3 days after I get the battery ordered. If that's what it is. Like I said, I just need you to bring it in so I can take a look at it. Yeah, maybe a little less, but yeah, just generally in that range, yeah. Yep, just call before you head down, verify I'm in, okay? Because I do sometimes leave. Yep, you have it going. All right. What, Emily? Yes, I told them. I told them everything about this is outdated. They didn't listen. They wanted to argue with me. So I said, all right, I'll fix it. You're just going to pay for what it costs. The battery on this is probably dead. I had to guess. We're waiting for it to start up. It's not exactly fast. It all works. Was I supposed to call someone, Angeline?
Yeah. He was looking for some, sounds like a cable, but I'm not sure. I'll go on.
Hey, this is Chris at Bradenton PC Repair, returning your call. No, I don't. I don't stock those. Amazon's gonna be your best bet. Yep. Yeah, see you, man. Have a safe one out there. All right. This is Chris over at Bradenton PC Repair. Just calling to let you know your laptop is ready to go. Thank you. Have a good day. How much did we pay for this? All right, 165 it is.
I used to have a title to my property. I don't have that anymore. You look at when I got my old tax bill, it's got my name on it.
Yeah. All right, let's see if we can flash this BIOS for this kid. He was very adamant about it doesn't need a CPU, and I said I get that, but I'll flash it. But then how do I know that it worked correctly? And he's like, just do it. I was like, all right, man, I'm gonna charge you. I'm charging him $50 to do this.
You put in the notes.
Yeah, well, I just don't have any of these CPUs sitting around. Should be fine though. Boom. He's like, yeah, my CPU doesn't support it. I'm like, it kind of sort of does. Yep, Emily, I will be. Do I think you'll be more awake tomorrow, Emily? Sure. I don't know. Are you not awake today? Okay, well, hopefully you feel better. Well, let's see if we can get Q-Flash to work, because I don't think it's going to work. But we'll find out. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Are there lights in here? The only light I'm seeing is this one. Trying to see if there's a specific thing I need to do with the Q-Flash. Have a good night, Emily.
Here we have a Z790 Aorus Elite, but we want to run a 14700KF. It is not booting. When I do put in a 12700K, it does boot. You need to update the BIOS in order to get this to run. Right.
This is Chris. All right, Oscar. Yeah, I got good news. I got bad news. So what you want first? Good news is it's working now. It's 50. It's 150 instead of 125. Yeah. So the HDMI chip that's on there, the actual control chip, died. So yeah, so the one thing I will say is, like, whatever caused that other one to die is likely to happen again if like you're using the same cables and everything. So it might be a situation where try using a different HDMI cable. Like this, yeah, that's what I would try a different HDMI cable, because usually it's electrical feedback that causes that. I mean, it could have, but sure. Yep, and then like I'll warranty this for 30 days. After that, if I have to replace it again, it's just another 25 bucks for the chip, and then same deal. Okay. Yeah, it was fine, and I replaced it. So. Yep, that's the best thing to do for sure. Yep, you have a good one. I'm only here till 4 o'clock today. It is 3:45. All right, so tomorrow I'll be here from 9 to 2, and then next week my hours go back to normal. Next week, it's just this week I'm helping a company move. So, alrighty. Yep, have a good one. Okay. Gigabyte, why you make stuff so difficult? Hey, we got a flashy flash. Right there. And then we wait for it to stop flashing. Switch over to the other mic. Getting ready to dip. This is the Z790 Aorus Elite AX.
Alright, that means it's flashed. 4 o'clock, so I'm just getting out of here. Yeah, I'm gonna go over there, hopefully finish up the last of the stuff over at that location today. And then be done and be back to a normal schedule of going home and whatnot. So the fun part is I have to go all the way home, take care of my dogs, then go back. No, it has to be done. All right, we'll see you guys soon.